Oh, that's going to take some getting used to. Alright. So we actually got through most of the list last night. And it makes me want to say that tonight's stream should be easier. But I don't think that's going to be the case. And the reason is we have to do mod Perl. And mod Perl is libaprec. They're functionally the same thing with two different names. We started this, and this is a special thing that breaks when you install Mason. You have to fix up. Alright, so we're going to install a database. Okay, let's get a database then. My child is coughing her brains out. Poor thing. She's sick and snotty. Alright. And let's talk a little bit about what this is. This is Postgres, or Postgres, or I call it Postgres. I pronounce the G like a J. No, I'm not a GIF person. They're called GIFs. Alright, let's... Alright, talk about this. This has been out for a fairly long time. This is my database of choice. When it comes to free databases, a lot of people want to lean on MySQL. It was part of the LAMP stack, you know, the Linux, Apache, MySQL, PHP. And it got a lot of hype back then, which that's been more than 10 years ago now. It's actually been about 15 years ago, where LAMP was all you ever saw. And you still see it occasionally. And in fact, I believe if you just look for it. Anyway. What are you doing, kitty? Are you playing with something? What you got? Are you chasing your tail like a dog? My cat is chasing her tail. This is hilarious. You're a silly kitty. Alright. So yeah, you see Linux, Apache, MySQL, and PHP. I forgot the PHP's O'Reilly symbol's a fucking elephant. It really is an elephant for all the fucking bloat that's in that language. So fat. Oh god. Okay. MySQL was cool, but when MySQL first came out, it wasn't really a real database. I mean, don't ask any real, like, MySQL fanboy. It had a lot of database-like functionality. It fully supported SQL, and it did a fairly good job of adhering to the SQL standards at first. They had a few of their own special things, but every database does, and I'm not going to fault them for that. However, they didn't do views properly. In fact, I don't know that they even do now. They do temporary tables instead of views, which are functionally the same, but not really. Yeah, they didn't index correctly. They had problems, and they had problems that I really just made them not great to use. Now, MySQL was still good for most projects, because as long as your records or no table ever exceeded like 1 million records, MySQL performed just fine, realistically. For most applications where you're not going to be doing multi-table selects or anything, or what's kind of called a join, MySQL was fine. I didn't like it because I wanted to work closer to production. Enter this behemoth. Postgres is definitely heavier than MySQL. Definitely. And it definitely runs a little harder, and it definitely runs a little slower than MySQL does. But if you pull a million records out of a database, you'll get them all consistently. I could not say the same for MySQL back then, and I don't know if that's still true now because I don't use it. I use this instead. Alright, we go to download. Let me just see something. PG admin. I do have that installed, right? Yeah, PG admin 4. Okay, because I'm going to need that. Posters is the only thing I do not modify via the command line. There is just too much to it. The PG admin tool lets you visualize the database so that you can more easily organize yourself. It's kind of like, if you use MySQL, you probably also use your LAMP stack, and you have PHP MyAdmin, which is a PHP-based database administration tool. Which that in and of itself makes my butthole pucker inward and just go, oh, the security problems there. Okay, so now don't be fooled. The PHP MyAdmin tool encrypts your password with fucking Blowfish. Like it did 15 years ago. I don't know what the hell it's doing now. So it's not like it was a giant insecure pile of shit, but just the nature of PHP back then was insecure. That we were finding new problems with PHP all the time, and I was very afraid of it. Anyway, getting back to this, PG admin is a client-side tool. It's a Windows Forms application. So it connects to my server over the network, and it gives me a list tree view on the left-hand side of all of the various parts of the database. Oh, okay. We're looking for Linux. Wait, does this say Anima? Alma. Of course, there's a yum repo for, yeah, you can yum install posters. Again, yum installs things in a system-wide location for all users on the system to use, and that's not what we want. We are building a development environment that is frameworked and mobile because of it. Where the hell's the download? Oh, Dirter. Right there. Why is this not? Okay. I love the way Unix counts. Except they don't. So we're version 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay. I guess we'll do the newest version. And I'll probably have to update pgadmin. Alright, we always grab the tar.gz. If you prefer BZ2, that's fine. I don't judge. A compression tool is a compression tool. For me, I'm old school. I learned with tar.gzip, and that's just what I use. So we'll wget-c. So that was source code, compressed, and it took 1.5 seconds to download. Where yesterday I downloaded the entirety of Perl instantaneously. This is a big, big boy. Alright, tar.zxvf, Postgres. Yeah, it's a lot. Whoops. Okay, and I actually need to open one more of these. And I actually need that off over here. I just gotta put some reference stuff in it. I would like to not have the problems that I had last night. So what I did was the toolkit that I built, I actually uploaded to this machine right before the stream started. So I have the make file here. And it's mostly just so that I can remember the steps, because it's been a long time since I've done this, because I use these tools now to do it. Alright. And I just want to be able to have a reference as to how this works. Mostly because Postgres is a little bit specific about how it's installed, and it has the strangest username, like root username situation I've ever seen. Like MySQL installs the root user is called root. Well, it's called root at localhost. Most other data RDBMSs have a root user. In Postgres, the user is called Postgres, which is fine unless you install it as a user. Then the root user is the username that installed it. It's very weird. You can change it. It is a command line argument. And I just want to have my makefile here because I believe I set that value in here. And if I didn't, I will definitely be doing that. But my daughter is coughing her brains out. I'm going to go give her some medication because she is never going to sleep. I will be right back. And we're back. Sorry about that. Alright, where do we leave off? We're installing posters. Prefix equals opt. Wait a minute, you know what I didn't do? Before I do that, actually, I'm gonna fix up something about the... This has been bothering me for a while. Alright, now I can just say figure framework, right? But also, you have to add a few things to this, or it creates dependency hell. And for development server, unless you need them, you don't need them. And that sounds stupid, but trust me. The thing. We're going to say with open SSL without, I think that SSL thing is going to cause a problem actually with dependencies, but without zlib and without libxml. Let me just check my... Yep, that's right. I have never seen that before. What's ICU? Huh. Let's see. Yum provides ICU. Nothing. Okay. Alright, so this isn't something we want to skip. You know, sometimes you can just say, oh, well, it says I could do that without that, then I'll just do it without it. No, you want to have this. This is important for collation. Yeah. Oh, you know what? Maybe not. I may never have run into this problem before because I never needed it. Like, this might be a new thing because it's a brand new version of posters. What version did I download? 16. This was added in 15. I'm pretty sure the last version of posters I installed was 12. I kind of don't want to skip it, so... Or 10.5, apparently. Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay, but where do I get ICU? Okay, that did nothing. Alright, take a quick break on postures and we'll wget-c. I'm a little concerned downloading any. Oh god, there's no make file. Oh yeah, there is. Okay, I did that. Build install with make and then make install. I literally did that. Wait. Make pg config, no such file or directory. Nothing to be done for all. Alright, let's look at your make file. All. pg access, shell, pg config, pg. Oh. Wait, what? Alright, we're gonna search this. Oops. Yeah, I didn't think that would work. Oh, it did work. Yeah, the pg config is an executable that gets installed with the database. It would be in opt framework postures bin pg config. And then include that's for Python. Dev package. Oh, I don't really want to do that. So the extension requires the pg config already be available. Alright. Oops, wrong button. Alright, we will skip ICU for now. We can't skip readline. Readline is the way C reads input from the shell. It's a core part of how the poster's included text client or shell client runs. But you can install with them. It might still bitch. Nah, it's good. Okay, there it is. So there are no tests for this, so we just say install. Oh, I didn't run make first. That was just a configure script. Well, the way make files work is things are dependent on each other, right? So, and this is a phony script, like all of the make targets are actually phony, but you can still see the dependency. So when you say clean, it calls clean source and clean build, which are different targets. When you call make install, it almost always will make sure that compile is one of the prereqs to install. And again, this script is a little bit different because of the way it works, but when you're writing a make file for a C program, you will absolutely make sure that your install target in your make file assures that the compile was or the code was already compiled before attempting to install it. And it does that through the recursive targets there. So I do make test, make install methodically out of habit. And it's because if you just call make install, a lot of scripts will skip testing. And that's not good. You should run your tests. Even if you choose to ignore their output, you should know that the output was there. As I did last night with Perl and some of the Perl modules that default install with Perl. Throwing error, one in specific was throwing a bad test about a socket. One of the modules was having a test related to it was throwing an error based on a socket test failing, and it was blowing up the entire installation, and I chose to ignore it because it's not a functionality of Perl that I use, and I know the environment well enough to know that nothing else that I'm using is going to use it under the covers. A lot of that happens in Perl. So I chose to skip it, but I'm aware of the issue, so if something does come up and throws an error related to that socket, I'll remember and go, oh yeah, that test did fail, huh? I should probably fix that now. which is usually downgrading a module or something. And hell, there might not even be anything wrong with the script or with the actual module. The test might be bad. That happens rarely. I have come across it once in 20 years where the test was just had an error in it. The test was rushed, and there was like a minor syntax error or something that was blowing up the test script, and it was causing the entire installation to fail. Happens. Alright, that's installed then. It's installed incorrectly. Look where it installed to. User local source. Oh no, it didn't. I'm sorry. Yeah, there it is. Alright, yep, no, we're good. Opt framework posters lib. Anyway, so now I should have in my see, there's a PG config here. So now I will go to, do I want to bother with ICU? I feel like it's going to open a can of worms. I'll tell you what, we'll do it after. We'll come back to ICU. I will just make a note of it in my notes here for what I want to accomplish. So after we do that, we'll do Alright, and this is technically installed, although it's not done. We have a database server, but we do not have a database. So let's talk about databases real quick and the way they work. So databases and posters use the concept of a table space. A table space is a physical location where the data lives. And by physical, I mean not in the database, on the actual drive. Okay, or drives, or, you know, other storage device. You can use posters to store data over a network share if you want. I don't recommend that, but you can if it's some kind of odd requirement. So we have to think about where we want our data to be stored. Now, this is inside of a VM, which means I can add drives if I want to and then just mount them. Okay, and perhaps we'll do that, but I think for the sake of getting through the tutorial here, just getting this shit installed, we're gonna do, we have our framework directory, right? That's not how I want to do this. Alright, so we have our framework directory. Posters. Okay, and we can also have our framework directory Apache. Wow, that D looks terrible. We can also just have framework data. This is where our default table space will be. Default table space. Okay. The default table space is a thing that when you first run initdb is how the entire database server internal systems are built, because the database actually relies on itself and its own internal data, the same way MySQL does, in order to manage internal roles. Even for the posters user, that default table space has to live somewhere. Typically, a typical installation, we'll put it in and we'll just cross that out real quick. Inside the installation directory of postures. No. And while it shouldn't really matter for the default table space, you could for the default table space. That would be fine. I feel like it's lazy. So I like to do this instead. Alright, and that's what we're going to do. Alright, don't save. These are all documents. Okay, it's still documents. Okay. Let's get my shell open again. Alright, we're gonna... Oh, another cool thing about postures. Postures will not let you start the database server if your UID is 0, which means you are root. That is, or I'm sorry, if your UID is 1. That's really important. It's the only database server I've used that does that, and it's incredibly smart. Starting a Damien as a root user should only happen if it actually needs that privilege level, like HTTPD. Binds to a port that is under 1024. That requires root permissions. So you started as root, but if you look at the HTTPD configuration file, literally HTTPD-conf, there is a user and a group in there. And what that does, after HTTPD starts, binds to the port, it immediately changes users to whatever that user and group is defined as. And it does that through set UID and set GID, which is the correct way to do it. Now, with postures binds to 9876, I think, is the default port, way over 1024. Root permissions aren't required, and it will not let you start the server if you start them as root, which is fucking awesome. I love that about it. So I am currently root. That's going to be an issue. So we're going to sue back to my default user, and we're going to cd. Well, we're going to source opt framework profile, and then we're going to cd framework, cd postures, cd bin. I actually think I have a little bit of stuff I have to add to that framework file, but we'll get to that in just a second. Oh, my poor pumpkin is coughing her brains out again. Whoa. Let me just check my notes real quick. I don't have any notes on this. Alright, let me... Not that. That. Over here. Okay. I should have write permission for that directory, so we would say dot init db. Init db creates a new database cluster. That's important to know, although we're not going to be using clustering for a development server. But initdb creates a new cluster. And you kind of want to use these tools as opposed to trying to hack it out in SQL, which you can do, but don't, because it makes your life hard. The tools are here for a reason. Framework data. Okay, that'll be fine. I'm looking at default settings and stuff. What's here? Alright, we skipped ICU, so I don't need any of that. We're going to add no locale on it, which is the same as saying locale C. That gives us a encoding that is SQL ASCII, as opposed to the UTF-8. And that's actually more important for the shell client here than it is for posters. This shell client is actually newer and it would probably be fine, but I have this one here, which again does not work with this, but you know, this doesn't support UTF-8. It's very old. It supports ISO 8859-1, and which is all the characters that are in SQL ASCII fall within ISO 8859. 8895? 8859? I think it's 8859-1, which is Latin. Okay, here's the thing I was telling you about. We're going to say username. This is where you literally set the username for the Bootstrap super user. We are going to set that to posters so that it's fucking sane. This is something my makefile script actually missed, and it haunted me for ages, and it just never got around to fixing it. I know it's a stupid thing. It took 10 seconds. I just didn't get to it. All right. Oh, the other power of initdb and why default... Where is the default tablespace stuff? Oh, it's the directory. Right, it's the -d. The other beauty of this is that you can have, like... You can have a solid-state drive in your server, right? Where your OS is housed and all of this installed software, right? And then you can have also attached as a secondary volume a RAID array. You know, something that's like RAID 1+0 or 0+1, or one of the newer ones if you want to use those. That's fine. I'm old school. Don't pick on me. And with those, with an older RAID configuration, you can have 10, 15 drives all rated together, striped and mirrored. Or, yeah, that's what 0+1 is, striped and mirrored, I think. Or is it just striped? I can't remember. Is it RAID 2 that's striped and mirrored? Wow, it's been a long time. Anyway, the point is the data redundancy, right? You want the mirroring. That's the most important part. Okay? And you want that because when something fails, if a drive fails, and trust me, they fucking fail. Okay, it's way more common than you think. There's a lot of mitigating factors that can make a hard drive just die. And the biggest one is the electricity. the power being supplied to the server not being regulated. There are more places that I have seen. I have to be careful about my wording here because there's NDAs involved. I've seen infrastructures where the UPSs that the servers were plugged into were from like CyberPower. Look, if you want to protect your laptop with a CyberPower UPS, that's your business. It's probably fine. The first time you have a shortage or a problem, it's going to blow the relay in it, and you have to replace it for like $200. That's fine. It did its job. When you are talking about millions and millions of dollars plugged into a server rack, and you've got a CyberPower UPS on it, that is literally saving pennies to waste dollars. Buy a good UPS for infrastructure like that, because they do have a small relay in them, and when things get fucky, the relay pops, which is its job. And the problem is, you get a smart tech that goes, "Oh shit! Well, everything's down. Oh, the red light's on the UPS. I'll just reset that." Relays don't reset, not always. They can, they don't always. And now you let power pass directly through the UPS, skipping the battery, skipping any regulation, and goes directly to the machines. It's more common than you think. And then what ends up happening is the voltage that's coming into the server is up and down, up and down. Remember, these computers run on 120 volts on average. You can get between 110 and 130. The power in New Mexico can go all the way up to 140 and all the way down to 90. It's highly irregular. Those are the situations where drives can become sorely corrupted or can become just burned out from being overvolted. And it causes the little motors in them to just burn up, you know. So use a RAID array, because now if a drive does fail, you pull the drive out, you put an identical drive back into it, and the RAID controller will rebuild the data structure on the drive. And depending on the level of the RAID controller, you may get away with multiple drive failures, which again is more common than you think. Not quite as common as one failure, but 2 or 3 drives burning out at the same time has happened. I have seen it. You don't want to play that game. Okay, so use a good RAID controller, use lots of drives, and then when you have a system like this that you're installing, you want to have, at the operating system, you want to mount that volume to your OS, and you can mount it literally anywhere you want. I actually don't recommend you use the designated folder for that, which is from the root of the drive, just /mnt. Don't do that. That's what everyone does. That's what everyone expects. In the event of a security problem, you want to make shit hard to find. Okay? Put it in your framework directory. Okay? Literally the same place we just called it. I call it data. Okay? Right in the framework directory. Data can just be a mount point for another volume. Okay? And then from when you do exactly this command, now all of the data lives in the RAID array. Yeah, I think it's clever. I mean, you're not exactly hiding anything. I mean, if anybody knows anything about the system, you can just, check proc for all the mount points and have them, All right. I'm kind of afraid that I might be missing something. But I don't have... My toolkit doesn't run initdb. And it doesn't because that wasn't the requirement for the project. I was supposed to build the tools to build this infrastructure. Not not create the database because that can change client to client. This should be right though. SQL, C, and English. Okay. This file belonging to the database will be owned by the user J. Sullivan. This user must also own the server process. Okay, that's fine. Not great, but okay. And I don't have permission. Okay, that's a root fixed. So cd back. No, I want to hold this in place, and I will just open another. And we'll just sudo -su. Because group doesn't have write permission to that folder. Or any of them, and it actually should. So it should be like 775. Alright, chmod 775 data. I'm going to end up fixing a lot of perms here. That fixes that. Now, I can rerun this. No? Could not change permissions of op framework data operations, not permission. Ooh. Okay. So we're gonna chown. Because you have to own it as the user, not the group, to change permissions, right? Yeah, there we go. All right. Now you see where it says you could run pgctl-d op framework data log file start, okay, to start the server. That is true, but it's not what we're going to do because that's a lot of typing and that's a pain in the butt. So we're going to do oh. So now, first I want to go to the bin directory, right? And we want to sudo ln tac s posters bin pg ctl. Okay. Now I want to say pg ctl -l data. Where am I? How did I? Okay. And And that should be all I have to do, right? Because we set the PG data environment variable, which tells it where the data directory is. And I just... oh, I have to say start. There's another thing you can do to prevent errors from blowing through the shell, because this starts as a high-level process. While the shell is open, if anything goes on with the database that is not great, it will print warnings right to the shell, which isn't really a problem until you have vi open, and it blows right through vi. Looks great. So what you do is you say 2 ampersand, I'm sorry, angle bracket, ampersand 1, also data log file. And what this does is it redirects std error to std out, and then std out to the log file, preventing that from happening. Oh, crap baskets. It's not PG underscore data, it's just PG data. Ta-da. And now if we ps-ef grep posters, there you go. Server is running. But it's not really usable yet. So what we're going to say is pg ctl stop. Okay. Now, that is probably the only time you'll ever see this server instantly stop. Because what we're going to do is we're going to install a module into Apache called Apache DBI, which opens a persistent connection to the database, and it just stays there. And databases will not shut down while there's an open connection. So you'll find that you have to turn off Apache before you can turn off posters. Or it'll just sit there and wait and hold the shell up. Alright, so next we go back into the posters directory, right? And we say vi. Oh no, I'm sorry, not the posters directory. I'm sorry. Data directory. This is why we had to run in a DB. Okay, to set up the default information, we're gonna vi posters SQL .conf. This is a terrible color, and I'm very sorry. I'm blind, so note that that entire thing is quoted, including the comma. That's important. Don't fuck that up. And the port is 5432. We're actually going to uncomment that, even though it's the default, just so I can see it. And that should be all we default have to do for this file. Now, there's also vi, where is it? pghba.conf. This file is really important and not hard to break. This is basically an access file. This file is where you set what clients are allowed to connect to the database server and under what conditions. This is the most ultimate anti-hacker move I've ever seen. See, MySQL didn't have this back then. I won't say whether they do or not. Do your own research. Sadie, get off my boots. Cat's tearing my boots up. Basically, I can, as you can see here, right, if you look, you have the IP addresses that things are allowed to connect from, and if they do, and what services they're providing, right? We're gonna go here because this is where IPv4 is. Yeah. we're going to say host all 192.168.0.0/16. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. And 5.0/24. Oh, and I need a trust in there. Okay. Trust means I can connect with no password. Okay. But only from this particular subnet. Now you could put a full IP address in here, like I could put this my computer's base IP address in here, and do the whole 32 bits if I wanted to. And in fact, maybe I will. Yeah, I will. I don't remember my internal IP address. (122) 32. Okay, now the reason I'm doing this is because, yeah, I'm talking quietly because, you know, there's bad things happening here. My mother-in-law quite often does things with her laptop which are suspicious, and I worry very much about bad things happening in my network. So I'm definitely not going to allow outside access into my database server. However, if my computer's IP address ever changes for whatever reason, because it is DHCP, it can do that, I won't be able to connect to the database without fixing this first. Alright. Now I can go back to the framework directory. Crap. I can say pg ctl -l data log file 2 1 data log file got ahead of myself. Really. Line 120. So here's a chicken by. It's most likely this line, but if you hit a colon and then just a line number, it goes to that line number. Oh, there's a comma there. Derp make. There we go. Okay. So now, PS, EF, grep. We're running. Database installed and configured for connections now. I don't know that this will work, but let's give it a go. I may have to upgrade my version of pgadmin. And no, you can't see this. Because it does connect to my other database servers as well as, you know, other stuff that we got going on. Hello. Okay, there's nothing actually in here that I have to worry about right now. We're currently adding a server, right? So you go to here, just right-click servers, create or register server. We're going to call it Twitch database server. Posters. This is why that's important, by the way. There's no password. It's even mad about you. It's mad because they can't connect through the firewall. Okay. So let's say back to root. Because I don't remember. I very rarely use this command, so. Yeah, I'm just going to Google that. In the essence of saving time. All right. Okay, it's firewall command, zone, public, unless you have a different zone set up, and I don't because this is brand new. Add port 5432. I believe it's TCP, but it might be UDP as well. Oh, and this is permanent, so again, I'm going to copy paste the word permanent. Or not. Okay. You don't have to reload it? Yeah, 5102 with the make sure I get the IP address right. And it is bound correctly. And this is a timeout. Timeout means it's not getting through the firewall. Or there's no listener, which is weird. Let me just check. Let me check that port again. Yeah, it's 5432 is the port. 192.168.5.102. It has to look on listed on localhost as well. Let me just check that this. Where I said that this being in a single quote like that as all one was important the last time I installed this, but it's possible that it's different now. So let's have a look. posttrus.conf. Listen. Address. Takes a single string. Takes the form of a comma separated list of host names. Okay, you know what? Let's try that instead. You can do this where you say alright. And that will cause it to bind to all IPv4 addresses, which from the context of this machine is one external adapter and the local loopback. It is important that it binds to the local loopback though. Very rarely, with a lot of servers where you have to have a machine that actually talks to itself, this is one of those cases, because later we're going to be building a Perl binary, or a Perl library that will quite often reach into the database for data as an API layer, and it's going to do that through either it's going to do it through unit sockets, which is the local loopback. So let's Alright, so when you make a change to the Postgres configuration file, you do have to restart it. I do not recommend ever using sig hubs for anything. You can't always guarantee that they're going to work. So don't use reload or restart or any of that. Stop the process, restart it. Unless documentation for that particular thing specifically tells you not to. A lot of times restarts don't always do what you think they're doing. GCTL, I can't see OBS right now. There we go. Alright. GCTL-L data log file start 2 1. Okay. One more time we'll try this. I'm actually not super worried about this working, but it would be nice. I have to put a lot more data in here. So I thought that I had a bunch of servers still in here. Wrong computer. Alright, this is not connecting, and I'm not entirely sure why. It might be IP tables. But let's make sure the server is actually reachable. So, bin. I gotta remember what the usernames and stuff are. Is it -u? Yeah, it's username, host. Port is fine. Default is just use local. Oh. I might know what's wrong. I might. No, it's connectable, which means the socket isn't the problem. Okay, that's good. That's good. Okay. We're gonna try. Yeah, that works. Okay. Okay. So yeah, it's probably IP tables blocking. That's fine. All right. Is it reload? Yeah, it's reload. It might also be the PG admin version. Although it usually will throw an error, but... no. There it is. Okay, yep. I just it was the reload command on the firewall. Okay, so good. We are all connected and ready to roll. That's awesome. We can start building databases. This is the posters database. This is that internal database I was talking about that initDB creates with the rest of the cluster. Because this is the cluster. This whole thing was created with that command. All of this fun stuff. And this is the two table spaces I was talking about. And we can create more of these. Everything else we do with the database now we can do in pgadmin, which is fantastic. Almost everything else. I believe you don't want to set up replication through this. You want to do that at the command line. I think it's been a long time. All right, let's. Time is it? It's almost midnight already. Jesus. All right. Where are we at? That finishes posters. Done. That's basically done too. Alright, let's do my least favorite part of this. Yeah, I guess I could just do it here. So I've been doing a bit of a no-no, and that's compiling stuff as root. You really shouldn't do that. I was in a rush and I wasn't thinking about it. This may throw some installation errors. Oh, no, it shouldn't. No, it shouldn't. Okay. Let's make this happen. So we'll say which Perl. That's the wrong Perl. That's the right Perl. Wait. Oh, I never configured cpan. Local lib's fine. Alright, check it out. First, we install LWP, because it's going to make our life easier. So this is the cpan shell. It's run with the command perl-mcpan-e-e shell. What this does is, it's an interactive shell that installs Perl modules for you. It's sort of like NuGet or ppm or any of those other tools, except this has been around for ages. I don't know how old cpan is, but I want to guess it's probably been around since Perl 4. Let's find out. cpan was conceived in 1993. It's been active online since October of 1995. It is 2024. That is almost 30 years. And at this point, it is literally bulletproof. It is rock solid. It's very intelligent, but it's not good at working out complicated problems. Sometimes Perl hackers like to do ignorant shit, like make all their Perl modules dependent on each other, and then cpan doesn't know which one to install first. And it confuses it. It will detect that there's a recursive dependency and just fail immediately. Just like, yeah, no, recursive dependencies, I don't know what to do here. And it gives up. And what you have to do is download them manually, install one of them with force without its dependencies being installed, and then the rest of it goes off like a charm. So when the hell did LWP get this big? It's not. It's... Yeah, I have network connectivity. It's fine. Yeah. We don't need to worry about that. Who's doing what where? Okay, cats being buttholes. Wow, this is something. Alright, I'm gonna go grab a cigarette because it's been like 2 hours since I've smoked, which is probably a record for me. So, be right back. Continue watching code compile. back. Oh, much better. I guess I could have put that up, huh? Maybe not. All right. No, we're not. Let's make this quick. So anybody that is watching these streams or videos, you might be thinking to yourself, well, you know, there's toolkits to install all of the stuff a lot faster, and there is. That's one of them. There's toolkits to also install quote unquote better stuff a lot faster, like a lamp stack. You know, like that's not what I want. That's not what I want. That's what I want. Check out this bad boy. It's not .com, it's .org. Okay. Install class DBI. Really? Is it .net? It's Apache Friends. It's not called XAMPP. All right. This is a toolkit that installs Apache, Apache, PHP, MySQL, FileZilla, a mail server, PHP MyAdmin. It's like a full development suite for Windows. This cannot be bound externally, where the tools that I'm installing can be, just not under the configuration that I'm using. You know, that's not safe. I've been a little bit fast and loose with some of my settings in the interest of getting to the part where we can start developing. But this tool is, again, great for developing. And actually, when I used this tool many years ago, it was only available for Windows. It also installs Perl. But it doesn't install Perl the way I use it. It installs Perl as a CGI, which is not great. There's nothing wrong with CGI Perl inherently. It's just slow. I don't like it. That's why I use Mod Perl. Mod Perl keeps an open connection to the Perl interpreter at all times, so your scripts fire faster. There is a downside to that sometimes the Perl interpreter will become clogged a bit. Scoping in Perl doesn't always behave properly, and sometimes things can get a little bit askew. And there's a fix for that in the Apache configuration file. What you want to do is you want to change how many processes a single thread is allowed to handle, like how many requests. And you want to change that to around 5. That way, after an Apache subthread handles like 5 incoming requests and serves pages out, it dies and Apache spawns a new one in its place with a fresh connection to the Perl interpreter. And if you have problems beyond that with throughput, just increase the number of threads, because Apache may be, you know, dogging spawning new threads. All right, so that's class DBI. We're going to install is it get? No, it's look. DVD PG. Okay, and what look does from the shell is it downloads it and then puts me in the directory with where it downloads it, which is in my home directory. So we're gonna. All right, I'm actually in the thing, and we're gonna manually do this one, so that we can say source opt framework profile. Okay, now we're going to say Perl makefile.pl path to pg config. Okay. Opt framework posters bin pg config. And that's why we do this manually, because the cpan shell is not going to find that. It's not going to find it because I didn't put it in the path like I should have. And we can actually fix that, right? We can just say vi or cd opt framework bin, and we can just say sudo ln tac s posters bin pg config. Alright, and now it is in path because the framework source, the profile makes the framework bin directory part of path, and then it probably would have fired without a problem. But I don't know, I just always did it manually. Anyway, dbdpg is the database driver that Perl needs to talk to the Postgres database, and more importantly, it's the driver we're going to be using through class DBI. Now, class DBI is old, and most Perl developers now are using DBIX class, which is fine if that's how you want to do it. I know class DBI, and I'm told that class DBI are the DBIX DBIX class is a direct replacement for class DBI. That has not been my experience with it. I will make a point to look into that again in the very near future, because I would like to upgrade some of my tech. But for right now, we're going to use class DBI and dbdpg. So now we need Apache DBI. This is the module I was talking about that we're going to load in Apache that will hold a persistent connection to the Postgres database. That's going to be important for session management, because we're going to write a session manager using cookies. Ooh, cookies. Alright, now we're going to say install HTML Mason. Alright, so we used to not have to do this back in Apache 1 with mod Perl 1. Okay? What we did was there was another module that Dave Rolski wrote, who also wrote HTML Mason. He wrote, it's called Mason X Request with Apache Session. This was a brilliant module because it augmented the way HTML Mason worked and extended the global variable that Mason provides, which is $m, to have a session method attached to it. So you could say $m pointer session, and you could shove anything and get anything out of that session at any time you wanted it. Any raw Perl data construct it would just store, because really it was just a glorified hash. Anyway, very cool, very powerful, broken in Apache 2. Doesn't work at all. Can't even install it. Can't get the link, can't get to do shit. It just doesn't fucking work. So what we have to do is write our own session manager. It isn't hard. It, like I said, it's just a glorified hash. HTML Mason's a big ass module with a lot of dependencies. HTML Mason is a templating engine. It's going to give us the ability to write PHP-like code in our pages, but instead you're writing Perl. And in my opinion, it's a lot better than the other Perl solutions for templating, which is Template Toolkit and Catalyst. But I'm saying that probably because I'm biased. I've been using Mason for a long-ass time. Now, I'm saying Mason. It is called HTML Mason. There is another module called Mason. That is something different. It's written by the same guy. And that Mason is more of a framework, and it's server independent. It's a lot harder to get set up, but you can use it with other shit besides Apache, which is kind of cool. But outside the scope of what I'm doing, and honestly, don't care. All right. That's HTML Mason, Apache DBI, Class DBI, LWP. Some helper modules that we're probably going to need because we might be working with like APIs and stuff. So let's say install JSON. That's not how you spell that. JSON XS. XS modules are modules that are written in C with Perl bindings. Those bindings happen via XS. The stability canary says nothing. It was driven away by harsh weather. Kettle up Perl hackers. That's a lot of text, Jesus. But we're good. We didn't have any problems. My pumpkin is, her throat is whistling. She's coughing so hard. And the worst part is she's asleep, right? Like she doesn't realize she's doing it. And there's little I can do to help her. Going out there would just serve to wake her up and make her grumpy. One dependency, not a type serializer. Oh. And common sense. Additionally, test harness failed. Well, yeah, of course. Alright. I don't know why. It didn't just install these. It should. I feel like that's spelled wrong. Okay. Perl has XML modules and stuff too for reading and writing to XML documents. As a general rule, I don't use XML. It's fine for what it does. I don't like it because it's bloated. And JSON accomplishes exactly the same task with way less like textual overhead. And, you know, that's processing time. You know, every cycle counts. All right, so that's that. I have API access? I should. Yeah, API access. Okay, I should have, again, put that in bin. It did not find it in there because it's not in there. Yeah, why didn't it put it there? Oh, because I didn't run install. Alright, so you have to make... I jumped the gun. The module still has to be compiled. Or fail miserably. LD returned bad status. Why? Just to rule out of this being a permission problem, and it's not. Okay. Alright, I did compile Perl with fpic. Really? Okay. PL memory wrap cannot be used when making a shared object. Alright, well, shot here for a minute. Let's go to this one, and we'll go to... This is why I haven't deleted any of the sources, by the way. This almost always happens where you have to end up recompiling something. First we're gonna make clean. Alright. We're gonna configure prefix opt framework Perl. Wait. Because there's a way to add. Oh, you know what? Hang tight. Hang tight. Alright, this is root. Watch this. I solved this problem already once. Oops. DU 64-bit all. This is in pops. Pops happens at configure. Yeah, look at that. Okay, so configure prefix damn it, I forgot what that looked like. Oh, there's a lot more to it. DES. Oh, I already have prefix on there. I don't need that. But I also add the cflags variable to this, which is right after, before configure. So I'm going to add cflags equals N64 mtune no Kona. That's actually really important for the module to link correctly. The no Kona thing. I don't remember what that does, but I know it is excessively important because it took me 2 days to figure it out. Oh. Oh. Grep doesn't return to status. That's funny. He could. Alright, we're gonna recompile Perl. This is what happens when I don't use the tool, because I did this last night, and yeah, I forgot about the the extra arguments you have to add to installing Perl. Also, I'm going to make this a little bit smaller so that it's not being hid by my that bar there. I realize it clips into the actual frame just a little bit. This takes a hot second. While this is going, mtune equals no Kona. What does that do? Okay, nothing. So how do you spell that? That does. It supports the instruction sets better. Okay. Good. I mean, this isn't a Pentium 4 I'm working on. This is, a lot bigger, actually. So M-Tune can be used for a lot of things, actually. Oh my god, Athlon. But I have to be careful because the architecture I have and the architecture the VM exposes aren't always the same thing. That's something I'm actually going to make it a point to look into. I completely forgot about that. Alright, yes, we have to go through the testing process again. I know this is terrible, but it's important. Although this is, again, where that socket failure was last night, so with any luck, that'll actually succeed. That'll be cool. Not banking on that happening, but we'll see. Let's find out what happens. In the meantime, I'm gonna go smoke. Alright, we're back. And it's still testing, Jesus. Pearl's test suite is absolutely ginormous. And then once that's done installing, I can do it over here. I need to get a cover thing for my microphone. One of my viewers told me that it will decrease the amount of noise from me breathing and other background sounds. Realistically, I just want to get a mic. You know what? While I'm waiting for Pearl to finish testing, let's look at microphones. I can multitask. I can multi-fail too. I do that a lot, actually. Okay. It's $52. That's $109. I mean, typically speaking, you get what you pay for, right? But, so we've got a mount. It's pretty. And I'm gonna guess this is a USB. Oh, it's to plug the mic into the computer, okay. Pop filter, mute button for streaming, Twitch, online chat, RGB computer, mic for PS4 5. Yeah, maybe I'll ask the wife if I can has that. See what she says. I'm a little concerned, though. One of the things I want, and I don't even know that it exists because Thor from Pirate Software talks about it. His microphone has a tie back into his headset, so he can hear his own voice while he speaks. Now, I don't generally like to listen to my own voice, but I've gotten used to it from editing my own videos and stuff, so maybe I can tolerate it. But it's one of those, he says it helps him keep his tone really low. Not his tone, his volume really low. I'm going to have to fix the permissions for this because it's going to break everything. Alright. That's now installed. Really? Okay, let's go to... Okay, that's it. So it's, we're gonna, okay. APR config. I'm missing something. Oh, it's not configure, it's PL. Alright, now we're going to say export C flags equals M64 mtune no Kona. Export pops equals now we'll say MP APXS equals framework getting tired. MP APR config equals framework bin apr-1-config, and then pops. Which is short for Perl options. And that just adds everything and the CC flags. What? Really? I knew there was something about threading. So this is why I wrote scripts to do all of this, because I got tired of debunking it. What I did was I sat and I figured out all of the things that need to happen in the right order. And then I wrote these cool scripts to just do it for me. And I think one day I will just rewrite these scripts so that they're not Aculos assets anymore. And they need some cleaning up. There's some clear problems with them that I'm aware of. But, you know. I think we may not, I really like to get Mod Pearl installed. And so I can be done with this. Although I still got another hour or so before I absolutely have to stop streaming, so. Coffee's cold. Nice microphone. Oh. Oh, that's the pop filter. That's cool. Neat. Okay, well, I mean... No, stop. Stop it. You're being bad now. 9% off. I'm not buying this. I'm not buying this because the English in this description is absolutely atrocious, which tells me it's a Chinese company who's selling knockoffs. And no, we're not doing that. Wow. Yeah, no, we also don't buy things from Temu. Never. That's literally the same one I was just looking at. $100 for this. I hear a lot of good things about this particular thing. The Yeti. Oh no, we can't have white. All of my technology is black. That would be really problematic for me. You look kind of cool. Nope. wait, this has the various modes in it. Okay. $100. That could be cool. Well, hello and thank you for joining the community. We are in the middle of recompiling Perl for the 3rd time. I think 3rd or 4th. I don't know, I lost count. I've been doing this since yesterday, so... Actually, I'm Irish. That's amazing. Oh, that's very funny. I probably sound like a Viking because I smoke entirely too much. Oh no, I listen to Hoist the Colors quite often, and I sing it with I don't remember his name, the big black guy on YouTube with the incredibly deep voice. Not as much as I did when I was younger. I still, like, I probably got a 12-pack of beer sitting in the fridge that's been there since... last August. I drink, just not often. I work too much to drink now. I hope not the German doctor from like Metal Gear Rising, right? Doctor. Because, you know, that guy was harvesting body parts. He's not a good person. That's very funny. You look German, I sound like a Viking. No, never me. I don't know how to act professional. I'm a freaking redneck. I had my years of acting professional. You know, you have to sit in the board meeting or the go-to meetings, you know, or you have to sit there with a project manager, and while you desperately want to say the shit has hit the fan, the words that are allowed to come out of your mouth sound something to the extent of, the excrement has hit the rotating air displacement device. I do like me a Ford, not gonna lie, I do like Fords. You got me. So I'm a sleeper Ford salesman. Built Ford tough. I actually have one of those. The electric guitar, that is, not the Ford truck. I want a Ford truck. It's a little late for me to be playing it now, but yeah, I have a Fender Stratocaster. No, dude, I got kids. I can't. I got 3 kids asleep in the house. I light that thing up and I'll wake up half the neighborhood. Yeah, no, there's no amount of daring that I am ever going to concede to, because while I have kids, I have this other thing. It's called a wife, and I like living. No, don't put me in that tier. Markiplier's awesome. Although if I had a good voice, my voice is actually a lot deeper than it sounds on this headset, because this is a crappy Logitech headset and the mic is really shitty. My voice is like probably 2 octaves deeper than what you're hearing. I can actually show you. Because I have 2 YouTube channels. Your channel. Or just watch any of those videos. That's recorded with my cell phone, which is a much better mic in it, although not great. It's a Samsung phone. The Bite of 87. Oh god, did I just do a FNAF reference? Oh no. Oh, it tastes really bad. I'll sell on that. I don't care. I need to get more people to watch my streams. Wish.com Markiplier. His mustache is much better than mine, though. Mine doesn't grow quite as nice. Oh my god, will you finish testing, bro? Jesus, the test speed on this thing is huge. No, I do smoke. I still actively smoke. And it is. I've been smoking since I was 11 or 12 years old. I'm 41 now. Yeah. I mean, I come from... My father has a very deep voice as well. And his father. So it was probably going to happen anyway. But the smoking definitely didn't help. Of course I say that, but my dad smoked too. And so did his dad. Huh. No, I'm Irish. We don't do Scottish. There's only one Scottish thing I'm allowed to do. And it's because it's iconic. We can go. Freedom! But that's... I gotta keep it down. Jesus Christ, I'm gonna wake one of my kids up. Or my mother-in-law, which would be even funnier. Bread. It's not really an R roll. It's sort of a gurgle in your throat you have to do to get it right, and it's hard. The Irish brogue is tough. It's bread. Right. I was actually just looking at microphones too when you popped in. I think I'm gonna get one of these. I need to upgrade this piece of trash in the worst way. It's terrible. Of course, if I get a new microphone, I get a new headset too. I mean, I guess I could use this one, but... Finish testing, for Christ's sake. God. Maybe. I have no desire to act. I don't like people that much, man. I certainly don't want to be on a set where I have to wake up at god-awful in the morning for somebody to do makeup and then have to go stand in front of a camera while some idiot in an armchair tells me what I'm supposed to be doing all day with more feeling. I don't know who that is. You know, I'm told I look like a lot of people all the time. On my primary YouTube channel, the one I just linked there, I get constant commenters telling me that I look like Chris Pratt, which I kind of get that. I'm just scruffier and his beard is much nicer than mine. I get called Walter White all the fucking time, and that's just annoying. There we go. Now I can switch back to this window. Yep. No, this one. CD mod per. Oh, it was in. Which Perl? Okay, Perl M. I don't. Yeah, we're not doing that. Okay. This is what? What file is this I'm looking at? Oh, god damn it. Oh, it's Perl CD. Alright, so what we have to do is tie this. So we say APXS equals. No, it's not APXS, it's MP. APXS equals opt framework bin APXS. And then MP APR config equals opt framework bin APR1 config. And then I have to add, what, C flags? No, P flags. So that's everything equals 1, and CC flags equals F pick. Okay. I don't think I have a beautiful mustache, although it's only recently starting to fill in and look proper. It's I went through most of my life not being able to grow facial hair at all. This didn't start happening until I was about 37. I think it's retreating from the top of my head. You ain't wrong. God made beer so that the Irish wouldn't rule the world. Alright, please make this time. Well, that's promising. That's a terrifying concept. Steroids does terrible things to you. Like, make your junk little. We can't have that. I got a reputation to keep up with. Yay, that's compile success. Does this test? It does test. Okay. It's 1:30. Jesus Christ. It is really early in the morning. I got work tomorrow morning too. You say Scottish woman, and I'm thinking of that chick from Doctor Who, the one that played Amy Pond, and played she played Nebula in Guardians of the Galaxy. Can't remember her name. Karen Gillian. Gillian? I don't know. I can't remember how it's pronounced properly. Seems legit. Alright, and sudo make install. Yay! Where's installing all that? Sudo echo. Okay, well that should have worked just fine then. Okay, so if I go back to the framework directory and I peek into ls modules bar grep mod Perl, there she blows. Okay, so that's, where's my checklist? Right here. That's mod Perl installed, but not configured to use yet. All right, we're going to do that. There are a lot of... That looks like... Yeah, no, that emoji looks like Hulk Hogan went super liberal and dyed his hair purple in the 80s when he still had all of that hair. All right. So let's configure. Yeah, those perms are not going to work. So we're going to ch own our module. Why is it doing that? Oh, because it's supposed to. God damn it. All right. It really did, yeah. And other places south of my neck. I swear to God, in the last 5 years, I've gotten more hair on my chest than I did when I went through puberty. It is ridiculous. No, I'm not hacking no mainframe. I'm building a development environment. The purpose of this whole thing is that when I first started getting into web development, it's because I was actually playing this game. I was playing RuneScape, which I don't even have an account anymore. Well, I do. I don't have members anymore. I was like 19 years old, and I had a clan, and we wanted a website. And I could not afford like web hosting and all of that. Like, that shit was really expensive, and it still kind of is. So I sat down and taught myself how to build a Linux server or a Linux machine, install Apache, install all the tools I need to develop a website, and then learned HTML, JavaScript, CSS, and that whole thing over the course of a couple years. And so I'm doing this whole installation thing to show people how they can also acquire this technology for free. Because building development environments should be something everyone can do if you have a need for it, as opposed to just, oh, well, I need to work on a project and it has to be a real web server because I'm using like Ajax callbacks or something, and you can't do those locally. And God damn it, it's a fly in here, it's driving me nuts. And if you go and like acquire a real web host and where they set up all the stuff for you, dude, it's hundreds of dollars a month. Oh, no. It was for a website. It wasn't for a RuneScape server. I've never run a RuneScape private server. I've seen those, and those are shady as shit. And not something I ever want to get involved in. I have, however, like I run servers for games you're allowed to run servers for. I have a Minecraft server. I have a Pal World server. I have an Ark Survival Evolved server. I will not buy Ark Survival Ascended because, as far as I could tell, they literally put lipstick on the pig. It is the same game with prettier graphics and the same broken bugs. All right. There's a visible creeper in what background? Where? Oh, the Minecraft launcher. Yep. That's the vanilla one that Mojang puts out. I have it, but I don't use it. I only use multi-MC. That way I can build all my mod packs out the way I want to. And keep them organized. Now I forgot where I was at. Oh, I had to configure. Grr. Sulfur, uranium, glass, gallium, and a hint of nuclear waste. Yeah, no, that's definitely poisonous. I mean, mostly because of the uranium, right? But... Really, dude? That level of dad jokes? Really? That's terrible. No, not a web server for Game Maker Studio. Although, I don't know if Game Maker has any... It probably does, because it works with Steam Achievements. It probably has webhooks. You could use what I'm doing to build an API for something else. No, I'm building just a regular web server environment. That's because I'm a dad. we have this ability to do this, like, over the glasses, sort of. You know, which is that whatever you're doing, you need to stop right now before I fuck your whole day up. Alright, I need to get this. Where's my configs? Jesus H. Oh, right, I have to build a Perl handler too, because mod Perl handles directories like... Never mind. That joke was going to go right into the gutter. Don't say that, that's terrible. I'm a really nice guy. Most of the time. Okay, this is helpful, but not what I need right now. Oh no, that is what I need. Yeah, because we don't have Mason X request with Apache session anymore. Menacing. Listen to him. Menacing. Jeez. Okay, let me see if that's installed before I go any further with this. Oh, crap. Really? Okay. We're gonna... Oh no, I do this with... Yeah. Install HTML Mason Apache handler. Wait, what? Missing destination file. What? Oh. Oh. Because I have cpan open already. No. Why did it panic? Well, that ain't good. Okay. Oh my god, J Sullivan dot cpan dot lock. We'll just remove that. Perl m cpan e shell. Jesus Christ. There we go. I don't know. I don't know. I'm Irish from descent. I live in America. I don't really know anything about my ancestry's homeland. I mean, I had a friend that lived over there a long time ago I used to game with. He was about 14, and he used to drink. But I don't know if that was legal or not. I have no idea. Let's find out. "18 years old in Ireland." I might be part Viking, and I might be part Viking. The Norwegians definitely sailed that way. And the general rule of thumb when you are a Viking is rape, pillage, burn. Order is important. Please tell me I'm compiling this with the right Perl. I forgot to check. Wait, what was that error? Okay. Alright, while this finishes the test, I'll be right back. Just go outside in the winter wearing nothing. No, I'm gonna give that a hard pass. I don't like the cold, man. I like to be cozy and warm. Alright, I will be right back. I'm gonna go refill my coffee, grab a smoke, and let this finish testing. Alright, I'm back. Okay, where are we at? Failed during this command. What did I run and install for? A Perl. Or mod Perl, rather. No. You roll the HTML Mason. It's the wrong Perl. No, it's not. But Mason's not installed. Okay. Something... Yeah, permissions are broken. That's what's wrong. Sudo c r. Oh. No, it's saying it's not there. Okay. That's really weird. As I'm certain I installed it earlier. Unless it failed and I missed it. Seriously. HTML Mason's up to date, but it won't load. It's saying it's not there. Oh. Oh. This is what happens when you install, when you compile things as a root user. You break your permissions. Also, I don't know why it's trying to create that directory. That's not at all correct. Yeah. It's doing it bad. My Perl 5 lib environment got broken somehow, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. It's installing in my home directory. Yeah. Well, the easiest fix for this. Wow, it does not. There we go. Wow, how many C-fan shells deep am I? Oh, that many. Okay, that's fine. Oh, okay. Close that. Kitty. Okay. First things first. Source, opt, framework, profile. And we will sudo rm tac rf Perl 5. What? Jesus. Oh wait, I'm in my home directory, so we're gonna remove that too. Yeah. cd opt framework rm tac rf Perl. Now to alright, now we're gonna cd user local source sudo chown tac r j and Perl okay. It sets the flags. Now export pops equals PES D prefix equals opt framework Perl D use 64-bit all D use iThreads A CC flags fpic. Okay. Now I should just be able to say Perl make. Oh, this is an actual configure script. So configure. We do. Well, that's already part of the environment, so I can just say configure. Okay. Alright, it's 10 after 2 in the morning. I think I'm gonna have to give this a break. I work in the morning, and I think I lost all my viewers anyway. 100% dead. So. Why does this not... show me... oh, participants. It does. Okay. Make. I'll be right back again. I'm back, probably for the final time. I'm going to leave. Let's get that ERB out of here. This is still testing. Time high res, easily one of the most useful Perl modules that has ever existed. This is, at least for me. So this is one of the things that I bank on pretty hard, and it's one of my biggest selling points. And it's why I advocate for a Perl infrastructure under your web apps instead of something like PHP. And it's that Perl's faster, and with time high res, I can prove it. With a templated structure to your website, and pulling data from a dynamic source, a la the Postgres database we installed earlier, I can generate pages full of content in tenths of a second, or sometimes hundredths of a second. Usually tenths. Depends on how big the pull is, right? And how much data you're getting out of the database. So, if you pull 1 million records, no, it might slog a little bit, but if you pull 1 million records, you're probably doing it wrong. Use a pager. But if you perform exactly the same operations with PHP, it will be noticeably slower. And you could do this test fairly with probably 5,000 records. I think would be a fair value. And I've done it, right? I wrote a script to insert like 10,000 records into the database with random values. And when that was done firing, I pulled them. Well, I pulled half of them. And I generated that page at a time I don't remember now. It was years and years ago when I did it. And then I wrote a PHP script to do exactly the same thing. And it was literally 3 times slower. It was awful. If you're only pulling 5 or 6 records, you'll never notice. But if you're deploying to anything big where you are going to have to manipulate large amounts of data, having that speed on your side is important. And it's not just for the sake of the end user, although that is a consideration. Really, it's a scalability factor, right? So when you are working with huge amounts of data, if it's taking you forever to process that data, you're only going to get behind. It may not initially, but over time, as jobs can start to build up, and the database will absolutely queue jobs. It'll do that. It's a job, and it will queue those jobs, and you can end up getting behind and never being able to get caught up, and that's a real problem. So, of course, if you're getting to the point where the database is queuing the jobs, then the web app probably isn't the problem. Your SQL is. We'll be getting more into that when I start writing the API layer for this. But again, you want to buy as much speed as you possibly can, And while this has been a bit headache-inducing, and that's only because of my own out of practiceness with this process manually. As I said, I generally just use my toolkit. I set like 2 environment variables, I run the scripts, and it goes. Isn't that where it usually fails? It's in socket. I don't know. Or is it? I don't know. I don't remember. Ooh, that coffee is bitter. I did not put enough sugar in that. Did it really fail? Yep, Stepan socket T. Same test keeps failing. So there's obviously a problem with the way sockets work. And again, it could be the test, right? Which test is it that failed? Stepan socket T, get address info T. T. Nope. Oh, it's not. Alright, it's... This is an LD library path problem. That's right, I fixed this the very first time I installed it. But it broke other installations because I changed LD library path. Okay. This will be fine. Alright, that reinstalls Perl back into our environment. Which means mod Perl should be linked to something again. Yeah, mod Perl did install, that's right. And then... Alright, it's gonna make me reconfigure C. No, it's not. It used... Okay. It's going too fast. I'm gonna see where it's installing things too. Nothing. It hasn't installed anything yet. It's still getting dependencies. business ISBN missing. I've used that module a long time ago. Oh, Jesus. It's late. It's 2:30 in the morning. It's installing my home directory again. Why? I think I know why. Hmm? It's the DES line. Something about the defaults in Perl changed. Well, that's something I don't have time to look into tonight. That's what that is. That's so weird, though. I didn't have that the first time I installed it. I didn't use DES. The DES, or specifically the -D flag, when you're when you supply it to the configure script for Perl, it tells it to use its defaults, which default apparently installs as a local installation or a user level installation. Huh. Perl. Which Perl? Okay, Perl -M -E. Print for each ink print Wow. The first place. Okay. I want to throw in time to look into this. Okay. So where is that configured? Perl 11, Perl 5 lib. I said last night repeatedly that when things are broken, it's because your environment's broken. Bashrc file is literally a file that is automatically sourced as soon as you log into a machine. And it defines your environment. Log completely out, log completely back in. profile. Echo. Perl 5 lib. Not defined. Good. Oh my god. Now it's installing correctly, but the permissions are a little bit broken there. So we'll dump out of this look. Then we'll dump out of here. Oh, wrong. Okay. Okay, that sorted that out. Alright, I'm just gonna let this test suite finish, and then I'm gonna get to sleep. So I will resume this tomorrow. We will do a part 3, and we should be able to finish up tomorrow.